Call to order this regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Tuxedo Union Free School District on this Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is where? Right here. Oh, they moved it on the side. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now call roll call.
Joe Ricard,
Here.
Alyssa Hornick,
Here.
Kimberly Breland,
Here.
Dan Castricone,
Here.
Bill Gibbons,
Here.
Gary Hefner,
Here.
Heather Kidda.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to enter into, I'd like someone to make a motion to enter into executive session.
Point of order.
Yeah.
You need to approve the agenda first.
Well, I don't have it here.
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda.
Sure.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
One, I like a discussion. I just think we should remove 6.1, which is the elementary math curriculum presentation. We have so much to do tonight that I don't know that we shouldn't put that off for another meeting.
Or at least till the end, see if we have time.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Superintendent?
Sure. Put it towards the end, yeah.
Well, he's saying take it off completely.
And there was a suggestion to,
Put it at the end if we have time.
At least wait till the end and decide at
Yes.
Okay,
9, 10, or 11 o'clock.
okay, got it.
microphones aren't working?
Test, test, can you hear that? So we got
All
to
right,
make
let's-
sure we're closer.
Gotta get it a little closer. Okay.
We're sharing
so
mics,
when
so
are we
we'll try
on
to
the
get
agenda?
closer. I had another point of order, just,
ahead.
there was some conversation about the notice of this meeting. Can we just clarify? I think we settled it, but can we let everybody else understand
District
the
Clerk?
change in time, how it was, just so,
The change of time was submitted at 4:24 to Jonathan Clark, who then posted it on our website at exactly 4:34. We have a timestamp documenting that.
so we need 24 hours notice, so we're all good?
Yes.
So
Thank you.
since we've brought that up, I wasn't notified on 20 minutes of 7 via email. So I had an email that said, can I make it at 6 instead of 7, which I could have changed the business that I had to run like a maniac to try to get here in time. But I wasn't afforded the notice to do that.
Well, appreciate you coming. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay.
We just need this.
At this point, it's time for public comments. We have a lot of people here, and that's great. Democracy in action. I think would be a good idea, well, a couple things. One, as you know, normally we do 3 minutes. That's really the guideline. And our district clerk will put up, like 1 minute, 30 seconds. This way, we're not interrupting you in the middle of a paragraph. So I'd ask you if you could stay with that. We've allocated a half an hour, but we'll see how it goes. The other thing I think would be a good idea if we had the students come up first, if that's okay. Well,
I don't think, it's up to the audience.
yeah, all right. Well, we'll have you come up, but I would like, after we get you, and we'll go table by table for the students, and then we'll have just anybody else who come up. By the way, we've allocated time for public comments towards the end, but the night's getting late, so I imagine you'd like to get this one through. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. Also, when you come up, I'd ask you to give us your name and your address, and I know you're going to be respectful, and this is Tuxedo, so we do things right here. So, go ahead. And this is the district clerk over here. Okay.
My name is Erica Stearns. I live at 25 Schoolhouse Road. So I had a whole speech prepared, which I'm going to disregard because we want to let the kids go. But what I do want to state is that I received information tonight that Roy and Dolores were both told that they could not attend this public meeting as per the superintendent directive. They were also told that they were not allowed to speak to the board members regarding this matter, and they did want to. So if some of you were questioning maybe perhaps why they have not reached out, that would be why. Also, this is a public event, and from what I understand, they should be allowed here to represent either themselves if they would like to speak or just to be here. So if it's all the same, I'd like to invite them in because I don't understand why they would not be allowed given this is public.
Are they here?
They can be here shortly.
Did you give a directive for them not to come?
The directive I gave was to not attend district events and stay off district property.
But this is a public event. This is a public.
I didn't say that they could, I was just answering his question.
Mr. Attorney, I don't see any reason why they couldn't come in. Where are we?
They have a right to be at the public.
Right, and they have a right to speak if they want? Go ahead.
They don't have a right to speak about their employment if others who are employed have not been given that right.
All right.
But they can be here.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Also, I would urge us really to look at this decision and why it was made.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now, I'm a former school teacher, so a high school teacher. So why don't we start with this table right here for students, so we can get you out if you would like to leave early. Anybody in the first table? All right, we have somebody. This is the district clerk for the timing. Okay.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Grace Donnelly, and I'm a senior here at Tuxedo.
Grace, could you just tell us your address?
Oh, 168 Maplebrook Road.
All right, thank you.
For the past 2 years, I have formed very personal relationships with both Mr. Reese and Mrs. Trelecki. They have both been nothing but kind to me and have always made me feel safe and comfortable here at Tuxedo. For a few years, we had some rocky administration, which was only made worse by the pandemic. The administrative issues had an effect on the students and made it harder for us to properly learn and be successful. Mr. Reese and Mrs. Trelecki brought some much-needed stability to Tuxedo when they came here. The way they worked with teachers and students helped to make things better for us, and it is because of them that Tuxedo has been successful. They have played major roles in keeping us involved and help us learn and are incredibly important to the Tuxedo School District. Mrs. Trelecki has always been incredibly kind to me and has always taken the time to get to know me. Whenever she saw me, she would stop what she was doing and talk to me. She would ask me about my plans to go for college, see what was going on in my life, and always had a kind word to say to me. It did not matter that I was not one of her elementary students. She thought it was important to get to know me and to get to know all of the students in the district. She was incredibly involved in what we did and was someone that Tuxedo needs. Mr. Reese is the perfect example of the type of person we need in Tuxedo. He got to know all of us students personally, talking to us about our lives, congratulating us on our successes, and checking in on us. During the year, I was out for a week due to pneumonia during a particularly stressful time of the year for me. When I came back, Mr. Reese was always checking in on me to see if I was feeling better and handling everything okay after I had missed so much school. He was always checking in on us and always wanted to help us. He always had his door open if we needed to talk to him and was always popping in and out of the classrooms. He formed relationships with nearly every student, especially me in the senior class. Mr. Reese was incredibly busy, waking up at 4 a.m. every day to be here, but that did not stop him from making sure he knew the students at Tuxedo. He is the person we want to hand us our diplomas. We do not want the administration that does not know us and has never taken the time to get to know us handing us our diplomas. Your job as the Board of Education is to do what is best for the students and the district, and releasing them from their jobs was very much not in the best interest of this district. What is best for the district is Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki here in their jobs at our graduation, handing us our diplomas. Do what is best for the students and do what is best for the district. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Grace. All right, if there's no one at that table, can we get the next one? I see the pizzas arrived too, so. This is where the timer is over here. Okay.
My name is Kaylee Donnelly, and I'm a rising sophomore.
Sarah, can you just tell us your address?
I live at 168 Maplebrook Road. I want to thank Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki for everything they have done for our school. Mr. Reese is the reason I stayed at Tuxedo. Last year, I felt like I wanted to go to a different high school. I felt like the school wasn't really a good fit for me. But because of Mr. Reese, I had the confidence that that feeling would change, and it did. He helped me become a better, more confident person, and without him, I would not be comfortable coming up and speaking here tonight. Every day, we would be greeted by a smiling face who knew us and was involved in our education. He was someone we saw every day and would often pop into classes just to, talk to us and get to know us even more. Mr. Reese was an effective principal because he knew each and every one of us. He did not just know our names, but also our personalities. He knew just what to do to cheer me up if I was feeling down, and he was someone I felt comfortable going to if I ever had an issue. He always checked in on me and was always here if I needed him. His door was always open, and he would make time for every single student who wanted to talk. He held us together and made us a better school. He was involved in our education and even stepped in and taught a few classes once in a while. There were several incidents when I was in elementary school where I was being bullied by other students. Each time I went to the administration, and each time nothing was done. The aftermath of these incidents still affects me, and I never got closure for anything that happened. There was an incident this year, and only 2 days after I discussed my issue with Mr. Reese, it was completely resolved, no drama, no nothing. You can tell the love he has for his students the second you meet him, and he's a genuinely caring and wonderful person. He brought with him many years of experience and has left a lasting impression on me and every other student he has ever worked with. And he deserves better. Since we do not know the full situation, this all seems very abrupt and quick. It seems like he was not given a very good send-off, and none of us even got to say goodbye. The situation might be different than we perceive it because, as I said, we do not know the full story. One thing I do know is that he always took into consideration the students and how we felt. I do not feel like that is being done here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Good job. Maybe from the next table? On that side of the room, towards the window, anybody, any student would like to come up? Oh, here we go. Shima. Name and address, Shima?
I'm 271 Woodlands Drive.
Right. And she'll be the timer over here?
Okay. Before I start, can I just hand these out to each of you guys? If you have permission. Is this being timed?
No, Kim, we'll give you a break.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education. As a current senior at George F. Baker High School, I just wanted to express my feelings regarding the termination of Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki. First off, I want to acknowledge that I don't know who was for this decision to fire both of our principals, nor do I know the reason as to why they were, but I am almost certain that whatever it was, they should have not been replaced with interim people the second to last day of the school year for like the high school students. One of the things I kept hearing about this year was social and emotional learning, which teachers were advised to go to trainings for. Why did that sentiment disappear when it came to this situation? How did you think students would feel when you replaced two principals that they adored, and right before Regents Week and graduation especially? Did it not come to mind that for the high school students, the heartbreak from this situation might interfere with the preparation for state exams, and for the seniors, dampen the mood of their graduation, which is tomorrow? This is why we are all united here tonight. I have a lot to say about both Mr. Reese and Ms. Terlecki, but I'll keep it short because we have a lot of other people talking tonight. They were not only very kind and welcoming figures, but they were also very dedicated in engaging the students. Every event I wanted to host for whatever organization I'm a part of, I would go to Mr. Reese's office and he would sit down with me as if we were equals and discuss in full detail how something should happen, even asking questions to make sure nothing was missed. I felt validated, like my voice mattered in the school. As for Ms. Terlecki, even though I was in the high school, whenever we collaborated with the elementary school on certain projects, such as a babysitting movie night we once hosted, she exceeded her responsibilities that she would normally have in that circumstance, which made the job easier for us at the high school. Before I close, I also want to talk about the petition which I sent out before you guys, and this is obviously for both Mr. Reese and Ms. Terlecki. There are about 600 signatures, as I circled. Again, while I do not know why they were fired so swiftly, clearly a lot of people believe that such actions should have not been necessarily done right before the end of the school year without the students having a chance to say goodbye, and in some capacity want them to be allowed to come back. Please, consider this support before making any final administrative plans for next year, and please, think about the students. Although I am graduating this year, like literally tomorrow, I want the upcoming senior class to have the year my class did, and a great portion of that was because of Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki. And remember, these two are worked at and are respected in other districts, with some members being here tonight. Please, do not embarrass Tuxedo by terminating these two fixtures of Orange County in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, everybody, if we could just come to order so we can get the rest of the folks to speak. Can we get some students in the middle of the aisle coming down this way? We're looking for students. Then we'll go to the adults. Here, we have somebody here? Yeah, okay, good. Just name and address, and the timer is over here.
My name's Juliana Scale, and I live at 30 Alexander Drive. Good morning, good evening, Board of Education. I'm a senior graduating tomorrow, and the impact Mr. Reese and Ms. Terlecki had on the student body was like no other. Both of them knew each and every student's names, hobbies, awards, what they were doing in their life, and more. I never had a GGM principal know my name until Ms. Terlecki got here. Both of our principals had had such an amazing impact on our life, and I never thought that my last 2 days of high school would be like this. On June 9th, myself and two other seniors, Maya and Frankie, went into Mr. White to ask him if Mr. Reese could hand us our diplomas. He said, yes, that's fine. Then, come Monday, June 12th, myself and the other students came to school to find that our beloved principals aren't there. No matter what kind of weather or anything, we always had our principals outside greeting us and saying goodbye, so we knew that we were safe when we were coming to school. All I wanted to do was have an amazing end of the year and have my principals there. And now I'm dreading going to graduation tomorrow because I know that someone that I don't know and that doesn't know me is going to be handing me my diploma. So please consider bringing them back, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have another student? Oh, yeah, here we go. Name and address?
Hello, I'm Reginald Wanse, and I live at 31 Route 17, apartment 16. I wasn't planning on speaking here today, but, you know, just seeing everyone else speak, it just wanted me to bring me up here. And I didn't really prepare anything, but I just wanted to say, like, you saw them walk in, and you saw the impact of them walking in here. It was a minute straight of clapping and excitement and sadness. And they have done so much for our school that I haven't seen any other administrators in the past care so much for our students here. And they knew our names. And, you know, not to disrespect anyone, I just wanted to say, like, our own superintendent couldn't even remember my name or pronounce it correctly. It's Reggie Wanse, not Reginald Junace. I just wasn't, and, you know, Mr. Reeves, Mr. Truckee, they would have known that. And I'm a little emotional right now, but I don't have much to say. But I just want to explain and express the impact they've had on us and everyone here tonight. And you can see everyone in the crowd here, and you know how they feel about Mr. Reese and Mr. Leckie, and it would be an incredible disservice for you to terminate them. So please just think about what you're about to do and the impact of us and our future students, and that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think at this point, we could ask some adults. Oh, we have another student. All right, come on up. Name and address?
Abdullah Khan, 154 Woodlands Drive.
Did you get that?
You got it? All right, 154 Woodlands Drive. The recent removal of our high school principal, Mr. Reese, and elementary school principal, Mrs. Terlecki, have really impacted the student body in a negative way. It feels really unfair because these two individuals have played such an important role in our lives, especially for me. As students, we spend so much time in school, and having someone who inspires us, guides us, supports us, it's incredibly important for me. Mr. Reese became like a father figure to me after I lost my father. His kindness and support helped me get through tough times and find the strength to keep going, both mentally and academically. I know I'm not the only one who's experienced something like this. Our principal has done so much more than just their job. They've created an environment where we feel like we belong, where we can grow and we're supported. They always put our well-being first, and that's why we've been able to succeed, not just academically, but also emotionally and socially. But they've been taken away from us. Without any clear reason, it feels like there's no transparency or accountability in this decision. As students, we deserve to know why these amazing people have been removed from their positions. My story is just one example of how much our principals have impacted our lives. Losing our principal feels like another loss on top of the pain I'm already dealing with. And I know there are others who have their own stories of how much these principals have made a difference for them. That's why I believe we need to stand up and fight for this. We need to demand that our principals be reinstated, not just for our sake, but for the sake of our future students as well. They bring unique qualities, experience, and genuine care for our well-being that cannot be replaced by other people. We need them to continue shaping us into the responsible, compassionate, and successful individuals we strive to become.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education. I would like to address the fact that
Can I just have your name and your
Oh,
address?
sorry, Alexandra Scully, 38 Circle Drive.
Thank you.
I would just like to address the fact that we are removing two principals that have years of experience and have, as you can see, made an extreme impact on all the students in this school. Mr. Reese goes around, shares his experiences, and always tries to relate to every student as much as he can. I personally have had a lot of struggle through school, considering I had so many people turn me away when I needed help with my schoolwork. I even had to go through so much extra work to get the accommodations I needed to help me, and Mr. Reese was there every step of the way. He's even helping me graduate early, something he didn't want me to do, but he saw how motivated and how much I wanted it to happen that he's letting me graduate early and helping me as much as he can to get me there. We organized a walkout in favor of both these principals because of how much they matter to us. And we have two great administrators that were putting this school that has had such a rough past in a positive direction. Mr. Wright, I did say this before, you have a goal of making us a top 100 school, and I don't see that possible without losing the two administrators that were bringing us there. You hired them to help us become that top 100 school, and removing them isn't going to help us get there. this issue seemed obviously very important to you as you did it weeks before Regents, weeks before graduation, and it honestly sent so much distress into every student's heart since we've had so many administration issues in the past. And honestly, I feel like there was so much pressure put on students that they were stressing more about whether they would be able to feel safe at school when they came back next year, or if they would be heard by the same administration the way they were heard for Ms. Terlecki and Mr. Reese. And honestly, Mr. Reese has handled so many threats and so many things that have come our way to the best of his ability, and I don't see that happening with the current superintendent or the current administrative principal that you put in place for Mr. Reese, and I honestly don't feel safe with having them in our administration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Anastasia Vishnevskaya, and I live on 13 Woodlands Drive. As you can tell, we are all extremely disappointed in their recent termination, and especially as seniors who were looking forward to having Mr. Reese there tomorrow to hand us our diplomas. And over their time at our school, they made a great effort to get to know each and every one of us personally, and he would constantly visit classrooms, make conversation, and go out of his way to make our school days better. With his sudden termination, no explanation or care for the students, and the great impact he has made on our time in high school, we are left with no answers. Additionally, the timing of the termination was confusing and not really beneficial to anyone, as I have heard that the end of the school year with regents, finals, and graduation, organizing all of that during the last few weeks, and having the people that are already familiar with the school not be there for that. And on Monday, we were shocked to come into school, not see them on the front steps like we do every day. And it was basically our last day of high school for us seniors ruined. And for those of us moving on to college, it's a huge part left out of closing this chapter of high school, not being able to say goodbye, not having an explanation, and not having them at graduation. And we would be discouraged if the board, you guys, did not take our actions and the petition into consideration when deciding about graduation tomorrow and moving on to the next school year. And we would be very grateful if Mr. Reese and Ms. Terlecki would be able to attend graduation tomorrow and Mr. Reese hand us our diplomas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Valeria Membreno, and I live in 7 Library Road, Tuxedo Park, New York. And I am here today to talk about Mr. Reese and Mr. Lucky. Mr. Reese is the nicest principal I know. He is like a part of my life now. And even though it's my first year being here, I know it's been the best year ever. Because I'm pretty sure everyone will miss him. And every morning we'd all come to school with them at the door, saying good morning and leaving and saying good afternoon. And I'm pretty sure everyone would want to end the year with them. And I'm pretty sure everyone is heartbroken in here. And every time I had a problem, Mr. Reese would always fix it. And I feel like it has like broken my heart that they're leaving with no explanations. And I feel like we should get to know why they at least are leaving.
What grade are you?
I'm in grade 6.
I'm grade what?
6.
6. Okay, thank you. Very good. Very good.
Hi, my name is Elisa, and I live in 21 Augusta Place. And I just wanted to talk about Mr. Leckie and Mr. Reese. Mr. Leckie has changed. The first year I came to the school was in kindergarten, and through those past years, I didn't know anything of English. And Mr. Leckie came when I was in 5th grade, and I think she helped me very much understanding my English and helping my parents also understand a lot because my first language isn't English, it was Spanish. And she helped me understand so many other things that I just didn't know. And Mr. Reese, every single time I had a problem, he was there to help me. And I would just go into his office. He would be there for us. And I think we could all agree that he helped us a lot in everything. I used to like have problems and never knew how to solve them. So I would go to Mr. Reese, and Mr. Reese would help me so much. What I really want is just them to come back because Mr. Leckie brought so much into me. I learned so much from Mr. Leckie, and I just really want them to come back because I feel like them coming back would just end the year 10 times better for all of us, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. We have some time for some adults to speak. All right, we have a couple of adults that, as I said, we have another session later. All right, come on in.
Hi, I'm Justin Graffio. I live at 22 Benjamin Meadow.
Did you get that?
20 Graffio, G-R-A.
Justin?
I came to the school last year when Mr. Reese was in his first year here, and he really helped me fit in from coming from Monroe. And he was there for me fitting in, and he was on the front steps every day. I carry a football around because I like football, and he would notice that if I didn't bring it in a day. He's very observant. He would help all of us. He would bring the dog in and let us like pet it for comfort. And that's all I basically have. I didn't plan on coming up here tonight.
Thanks, Justin.
Good evening, Board of Ed. My name is John Sanak. I'm at 194 East Village Road. I got to say, it is a true testament to these two principals. That's a travesty that what went on in this community. It really is. With no notification, no heads up, just an email to parents that this went down before 2 weeks before graduation. That's absurd. You should all be ashamed of yourself. You really should. Because these kids, these children, care about all these individuals, okay? And to be able to have this go down was really bad on all your parts. You should be, really, really thinking about it and understanding what happened because it was not great, okay? When these two individuals walked into this room, you could see the love from all their students, each individual one of them, okay? How much they care about these two people. And to throw this all away before 2 weeks at the end of the school year, you should be ashamed of yourself. It's not good, people. You want this school board, you want to make yourself grow, you want to understand what it's about developing this school. I've been in the school system for 10 years, okay, with my children. And you're continuing to downgrade it to a level where no other kid wants to come here because what's the value, right? If you're not going to promote your children up, then you need to give them a step up to understand what it means to have good people and good role models in their lives. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Good evening, my name's Elise Fuller, and I live at 40 Circle Drive. I've been a resident and taxpayer in this school district since September 2005. Currently, my daughter is in the first grade at GGM. First, I would like to acknowledge all of the wonderful faculty and staff at this school, particularly Mrs. Matthews and Mrs. Hackett. These faculty and staff are the heart of this district. And as a parent and an educator and a fellow union member, I stand with them in solidarity. My daughter learned that Mrs. Terlecki was gone only several days after the fact. She is sensitive to such losses. My husband and I chose not to burden her with the end of the school year so close. However, inevitably, she did find out last Thursday when a classmate, a first grader, told her that Mrs. Terlecki had been, quote, fired. I assured my daughter that Mrs. Terlecki had done nothing wrong, and when my daughter is older, I will share with her that grown-ups don't always make the best decisions. Instead, they often have an agenda based in personal gain, spite, cronyism, or any number of inappropriate reasons that have no business near children or a school environment. The high school students who are here this evening, unfortunately, are old enough to learn about the true reasons why adults who are supposed to be supporting them have actually failed them. I myself have many questions surrounding the excessive turnover of administrators in this district, particularly with the fact that we've had 3 principals at GGM in as many years. Furthermore, what exactly is the school district's plan with these 2 new principals? And what qualifications do they possess that make them of greater benefit to the school district than the vast combined experience of Mrs. Terlecki and Mr. Reese? As far as the public knows, the Board of Education supports these terminations of Mrs. Terlecki and Mr. Reese, and I am here to tell you that you've made the wrong call. So as a parent and a taxpayer, I ask, what safeguards will you be putting into place so that this type of wrongdoing does not happen again? We should all be teaching our children to recognize and speak against bad behavior. Already I have a gigantic list of sad, selfish, hateful, horrible things in this world that I have to figure out how to explain to my child. Stop adding to parents' problems. Be an example, especially to all of the students here this evening. Hear their concerns. Stop hiding behind this excuse of privacy rules. Take responsibility for your actions and fix the harm that you have caused our children and our schools. Thank you.
Hi, Maya McColgan, 75 Clubhouse Road. Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Maya McColgan, and I am a soon-to-be graduating senior here at Tuxedo. I have been in the Tuxedo Union School District since kindergarten and have never had better administrators than Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki. After this past week, all of the students, faculty, and even community members are so disappointed Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki were let go unexpectedly. When the news was told in a brief letter, all of the students, especially the senior class, felt let down. Protesting to get our principals back on my last ever day of high school is not how I wanted to remember it. The fact that this story was shown on News 12 shows something. People from neighboring towns that Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki are even signing the petition with over 600 signatures. I must say that Mrs. Terlecki and Mr. Reese never let down their students. They spent mornings and afternoons greeting us and never failed to take time out of their day to stop in on classes. I have grown especially close with this year with Mr. Reese. He always knew how to cheer me up and root for me. Mr. Reese knows all of our names and hobbies. Even seeing Mr. Reese's face just makes my day. Mr. White promised myself, Juliana Scanlon, and Frankie DeGennaro, seniors, that Mr. Reese would hand us our diplomas, and now it sounds like that won't be happening. It was a very inconvenient time for this to happen 2 days before school ended and before graduation. I would really appreciate it if the Board of Education would consider having Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki at graduation to hand us our diplomas as promised. It would make us so happy. Thank you.
We're going to have one more. This will be the last one.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah?
point of order, I object to ending the public comment until everyone in the room has had their say. There's nothing on the agenda that says it's limited to 30 minutes. You'd need to adjust the agenda to do that.
Unfortunately, we have another. I'll get consensus, but let's hold up a minute. We have a lot on this agenda. We have people. Hold it. We have people here with young children. Hold it. We have another public comment at the end. All right, let's have a show of hands. How many people will speak? Show of hands. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Because some of this is also getting very, very repetitive, so if we could just... I'm sorry, you're out of order. Let me do. Oh. All right, well, let's leave it again. Let's have a show of hands. Let's have a show. Okay. Let's have a show of hands, one more time. How many people want to speak? Okay, so if that many, we should be okay. So why don't you come on up, give us your name and your address, and we'll go forward.
Hi, my name is Bronwyn Rowantree.
Hold it. Let her have a chance to speak. Come on.
Hi, my name is Bronwyn Rowantree. I live at 456 Westlake Road. I'm also going to give a comment on behalf of Johanna, who lives at 74 Cedar Drive. But my main first I'll say Johanna's comment. I'm so disappointed in how the public relations surrounding the dismissals of Ms. Terlecki and Mr. Reese was handled by the leadership of this school. Considering the uproar and media attention the dismissals came to cause, in this current climate, our students, their parents, and teachers look for strong leadership and transparent communication. At the very least, a concisely worded response statement beyond the one that was sent out on Monday, which was sent in haste, should have been put out immediately following the uproar and an emergency meeting called. We're over a week into this incident, and literally everyone I've spoken to has been left with questions unanswered and a rumor mill raging. I'm scratching my head as to why this decision was made, why throw a wrench into finals and graduation, and how did this timing serve our students? Our students, current and incoming, deserve better. Now, to speak on my behalf, I have many young children, and I'm happy to be here, but thank you for thinking about my situation. I wanted to say that what is most troubling to me was the opacity of the situation. I felt that it was disrespectful to parents because really there was no way to know what was motivating the decision, and I think many parents shared my concern that there were safety issues that were not being acknowledged. And so moving forward, whatever decision is made, I hope that the board chooses to communicate more openly and in a more transparent manner regarding any decisions to come in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next. All right, we go.
Hi, my name is Zoe Vaught. I live on 17 Ridge Road. I just wanted to start by saying that I currently no longer go here, but I graduated last year, and Mr. Reese gave me my diploma. It wasn't normal for him to give me my diploma. I had to request for him to give me my diploma, and that was probably the best part of my entire senior year. Mr. Reese has literally, granted, I don't know Ms. Truckley that well. She's a wonderful lady, though. She worked with my sister, but I'm really close to Mr. Reese. He has been the greatest thing that ever happened to me during my senior year of high school. And I went through a lot, not to go into detail or anything, but I had to miss a fair amount of school due to medical issue. And when I came back, Mr. Reese was by far the biggest supporter I had. He met with me a lot and talked to me about it and helped me sort out things that I needed to do, like schoolwork. And he was just supportive in every single way for me for going to college and all that. And I want my younger sister, to have the same opportunity as me and have such a great man mentor her senior year for this upcoming year. And I am just really upset that she will no longer get that. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh-oh. Got a collision here. Go ahead, Mike.
Michael Larone, 18 Hillary Court. The first thing I'd like to ask is, were these two principals given a directive to not attend tomorrow's graduation?
The directive was not to attend any functions with the school district.
So they're not allowed to attend the graduation, even to watch?
That was directive through tonight.
That was a directive through tonight's meeting.
Okay, so maybe we can change that possibly. I just really wanted to say that I'm actually very upset with you, Jeff. I think it was totally wrong what you did to the most important thing in this district is the students. You couldn't, obviously, this was going to happen either way. You had made your decision. This wasn't something that just got decided overnight. You made your decision over a period of time, and it was going to happen. to not wait until after the end of the school year and graduation, you should be ashamed of yourself. Because, make no mistake, this was all you, Jeff, not the board, this was you.
Listen, because we don't have all the information out to the public, I just ask you to really be careful and not to make any personal attacks on anyone, Mr. White or anybody else, because it's just not fair, particularly in this forum. So I'd ask you if you could just be respectful and be careful. I know how you feel, I know the emotions, I know how difficult this is, but come on up.
My name's Mary Dixon. I guess I have to lower this, yes. My name is Mary Dixon, 170 Cranberry Pond Road. I'm the registrar and the school secretary at George Grant Mason Elementary School. I'm here to speak in support of the children of George Grant Mason School. They can't be here to speak for themselves, and they've been doing a lot of speaking to me, so I wanted to share. Most adults don't give them credit for what they notice, what they understand, what they know is right, and what they know is wrong. The students want Dolores Terlecki. They have been coming into my office looking for Mrs. Terlecki, worried about what happened to her, wanting to know when she will be back. The children want Dolores back because they know she is good to them and she is good for them. Dolores is the best principal I have ever worked with. She always puts the students first. It seems to me that the students have been left out of this equation entirely by the people making the decisions here. We are here for the children. Their needs should come first. Dolores is a dedicated, fair, effective, inspirational principal. She has established a rapport with our students. She greets them every morning as they get off the bus. She checks on them during breakfast. She visits each classroom for morning rounds, oversees their lunch every day. She has made connections with them, and they miss her. Her years of experience, wealth of knowledge about education, and superior intellect may intimidate some of her colleagues, but it benefits our school, our faculty and staff, and again, most importantly, our children. In the words of our own superintendent, Jeff White, when he introduced her to our district, Mrs. Terlecki is a highly experienced, highly successful administrator. He described her as a gracious and distinguished lady who is fully committed to children and education. I agree with you 100%, Mr. White. Thank you for bringing Dolores to us. Please let her stay. Our district needs Dolores Terlecki.
I don't think I'll rise to that, but okay. Process. 4 years from the spring of 2019 to the spring of 2023.
Oh,
In that
Bonnie,
time,
you got to give your name and your address.
oh, Bonnie Takeuchi, 3 Schoolhouse Lane, Tuxedo, New York. Proud resident and graduate. During those 4 years, we have had 4 different superintendents of schools or acting superintendents, 5 different high school principals, including the recent appointee, 4 different elementary school principals, including the recent appointee, 6 different business administrators under various titles, one of whom was recognized as New York State Business Official of the Year right after we let her go. During this time, we had at least 1 buyout of a superintendent's contract and lost at least 1 lawsuit filed by someone we terminated. Over that same 4 years, we have had 5 different Board of Education presidents, and many members of the board have come and gone. I am not implying that there is any one person or board that is responsible for this. What I am saying is that this rate of change is alarming in a district of this size and educationally questionable in terms of continuity, building of confidence in our leadership, and rapport with the community. I would also like to point out that through those last 4 tumultuous years, other than those who have left due to retirement, almost all of our tenured teachers and valued aides have remained with the district. They are the glue that has held this district together, and these changes have not made their job easy. Speaking more specifically to the issues that brought us all here tonight, I would like to make 2 points. 1, personally and professionally, I cannot speak more highly of anyone I have ever worked with than Roy Reese and Dolores Terlecki. I have seen them in action, and in my opinion, hiring each of them was a masterstroke. They could not be more perfect for Tuxedo if they had been born in the old hospital on the hill, raised in the East Village, and learned to swim at the Weewa Beach Club. Point 2, where is the process in all of this? Was the speed of this action warranted given the effect it would have on the students and the district? Due process is the bedrock of our governing system. A rushed process or a lack of process leads to the impression of a tainted process. I have been around and involved with this district since I entered kindergarten.
Bonnie,
Speak faster.
You need to wrap up.
Okay, I will. Last paragraph. Been here since kindergarten, learned of John F. Kennedy's assassination sitting in one of those high school buildings. I have fought to preserve this district and mourned with this district during the death of staff members and students. But until now, I have never been embarrassed for this district. I sincerely hope that you take into consideration the outpouring of support for Roy and Dolores, and that you see her tonight and find a process, there's that word again, and make things right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy Cerezo Scully. I live at 38 Circle Drive, Tuxedo, New York. First, I just want to start off, just in case you were not aware, I am an educator as well, and one of the principles in education is to safeguard the rights and holistic needs of children. And I feel that that is lacking right now, this moment here. I am going to, sorry Joe, probably be repetitive. But I think it's important to let everyone know that when I was on the board, we did task Mr. White to make our school a top 100 school. He came to us with 2 amazing, exceptional, lifelong educators and told us that these were the people that he was going to make a trifecta with and bring us up to where we wanted to be so that we could have more students, so that we could have more, right, for our school. That people would be interested in our school and read about our school. And sadly, people are reading about our school in the negative, not in the positive. After hearing all the children, I realize you have probably ruined what was supposed to be one of the most beautiful days in their life. You can't take that back. You can't pay for that. You can't change it. You've done it. This will affect them, and it has affected them, to see their administrators dismissed abruptly without any information. I understand. I was on the board. There are things we cannot say. But you knew this was happening. I'm going to repeat what someone else said. You all knew this was happening, and you could have waited till the 30th. Our children have already been traumatized terribly since 2020 with a pandemic. Finally, these children in our district are coming into a positive place, feeling comfortable, feeling supported, and I'm only saying everything the children have said, I know, redundant, but needs to be said. They felt supported, they felt good, they were happy, they were positive, my child included. Something my child didn't say is I was going to take her out of the district. She chose to stay. I let her have that choice, and she said, I'm staying, because she really appreciated what Roy Reese was doing for her. Now I'm upset that I didn't take her out. And lastly, I did want to say what a disgraceful thing it was that you did discourage Dolores and Roy from coming here today. That's what you should be ashamed of. Thank you.
So you're going to have to revisit the rules with me because there's no public comment for people that are watching online. So is it okay if I use a first 3-minute allotment to read somebody's public comment who couldn't stay so late and then go on to my own?
No, you have to just do your own.
Okay, so several times I mentioned this year that the provisions were not made for parents to make a public comment virtually. They cannot attend these meetings. It's 7 o'clock in the evening when these meetings start. The equipment, the technology, everything is there to allow parents to make those comments, but you've refused to make that accommodation for them. Multiple parents would have been here tonight if they had babysitters or if they could get out of having small kids, but you can't exactly just do that. And you have made no accommodation for them to be allowed to speak virtually. It's been done before. Why is it not done now? You talk about transparency. Why are parents not allowed to comment on meetings? We can't be here every time there's a meeting. We've said several times that we can't even hear you on YouTube because of the microphones, and nothing has been done about it. So can I read this woman's comment or not? She sat here for 2 hours with her child who's 6. Can I read her comment?
You're really wasting time. Why don't you incorporate it into your comments? Come on, move on. Let's go.
So you're not going to allow a parent who sat here for 2 hours, her 3 minutes.
Incorporate it into your
Am
comment.
I going to be cut off then?
Well, you had 3 minutes. I mean, I don't know what else I can tell you.
Dear
That's what everybody
Tuxedo
gets.
Board of Education and Mr. White, unfortunately I've heard through the parent rumor mill that both principals at GGM and GFB have been terminated. I hope this is a vicious rumor and unsubstantiated. I cannot tell you what an incredible disappointment it would be if it were true. What is wrong with Tuxedo? Why is there a yearly turnover of administration? My son was incredibly fond of Mr. Brown and then he left. My son has now grown incredibly fond of Mr. Reese. Mr. Reese has supported my son throughout the toughest year in his school for young men, 6th grade. Mr. Reese has addressed every single issue with the child and had with bullying, behavioral problems on the child's part, as well as academic struggles with professionalism and immediate response. Mr. Reese has been accessible to me as a parent at a moment's notice. Mr. Reese attends the performances of all events, but not only that, he remembers the children's performances and can recount it months later, as he convinced my son to perform in the spring concert when he did not want to. He has a bond with the students. I see him at every dismissal, and my son tells me he's greeted every morning by Mr. Reese. Mr. Reese's track record as a lifelong educator with a wealth of experience throughout Orange County should speak loudly enough for him. What type of message are you sending to our children in this community that have them terminated before the end of the year? What type of gratitude as a community do we show for our educators? Ms. Terlecki is equally as helpful as my
We're
daughter.
going to need you to wrap it up.
So you're not going to allow her 3 minutes, and you're not going to allow me
We're
mine?
over 3 minutes.
Well,
Eva.
then I'll go on to my own. Thank you. Mrs. Terlecki is equally as helpful as my daughter is only in 1st grade and luckily doing much better than my son. I can't say I have as much interaction with her, but every time I pick up my daughter, Mrs. Terlecki is there and knows all the students and has a great rapport with them. I thought that the shenanigans that plagued this board and school district that I have witnessed for the last 3 years were finally over and the school was on a firm footing going forward. Now my children have had to get new principals again. Do you understand what that does to a lack of continuity does to children? I can't even think at this moment how to write a more eloquent letter because I am actually crying. Yes, Mr. Reese means that much to my son and to me as a mother, to know that he's there looking out for my son. I know what Mr. Reese there, Alexander, will be held accountable for his behavior and work, and I know that he needs a champion. Mr. Reese is there. I know that he has a role model in Mr. Reese, and I want him to be exposed to, and I hope that he will emulate his leadership qualities as he grows into a young man. That was Victoria Love. She lives at 72 Circuit Road.
All right, so why don't we give somebody else a chance, and if we have some time, we'll bring you back. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily Brito. I live at 31 Route 17, apartment 13.
Good, thank you.
As you can see, when Mr. Reese and Ms. Terlicki walked into this room, everyone lit up. All the seniors were getting emotional, and even juniors, freshmen, sophomores, and that really shows you the impact that these teachers and principals have on us. And not only just us, but the people who work here. How many times do you see someone talk so proudly about their boss? How many? Like, it's not that much of a normal thing. And so you see these amazing teachers, which you had brought in and said how amazing they were, and then for them to be discarded is insane, especially right before the end of school, not allowing the seniors who deserve that, for them not to have a principal that they know and love to be at their graduation. It makes no sense. He is the most amazing man, Mr. Reese. He is like my grandfather, okay? I love him so much. Mr. Reese, we love you. Ms. Terlecki is an amazing woman, and I do not know her well, but my sister loves her. She was so upset to come home and find that Ms. Terlecki has been, quote, fired. Now, I'm a singer in the jazz band, and not to be disrespectful, but I have never heard anyone like Mr. White say anything to me about my performance, but every time I get off that stage, I see Mr. Roy Reese standing there congratulating me and telling me how amazing I did. And that makes me feel more confident as not only a student, but as a performer. And if that's something I want to do, he allows me to have that confidence. And to take that away from not only me, but a whole bunch of these other students, and the faculty that works here is just disgusting, honestly. That's it.
Okay, good.
Tiene que decir su nombre y dónde vive.
Buenas noches.
Bueno, good evening.
My name is Aníbal. I live in 21 Augusta Place. Yo hablo inglés, pero prefiero que usted me ayude.
Okay, so he speaks English, but he would prefer that I translate for him.
Yo no solamente represento a mis 4 hijos que estudian aquí. Dígale.
I don't only represent my 4 children who attend schools here.
A los hijos de mi cuñada.
Here's also his sister-in-law's children.
Y a los hijos de mi cuñado.
And his brother-in-law's children. So he's here for 3 different families.
Esta situación me ha puesto a mí muy triste.
He said this situation has made him very sad.
Es la primera vez que yo miro una situación así.
It's the first time he's ever seen a situation like this.
Se ha oído de todo.
He said he's listened and heard a lot of different things that he
Pero esto no
doesn't
se
agree with.
trata de quién tiene la razón.
Said-
Esto se trata del amor que toda esta gente, dígale.
Yeah. He said this is not about who is right or who is wrong. This is about the love that we see the children having for the administrators.
tienen a estos dos señores.
all the love that they have for the two administrators.
¿Qué es lo que quieren escuchar? Para darse cuenta que el amor está sobre todas las cosas.
He said, what do you need to hear from anyone here today so that you can understand the love that is in this room for those two people?
No hay palabras
There are no words
para describir lo que he visto en las redes sociales
There are no words to describe what I've seen on social media
y lo que he visto ahora.
and what I've seen today here.
Dios bendiga esta institución.
God bless this institution.
Dios bendiga a cada uno de ustedes.
May God bless you.
Y yo trabajo con mucha gente porque soy pastor de una iglesia
He works with a lot of people. He's a pastor in a church.
y he aprendido que el amor está sobre todas las cosas
And he has learned that love conquers all,
y que todo ser humano merece una segunda oportunidad.
and that every single human deserves a second chance.
Y los directores no solo merecen una segunda oportunidad, sino que estos hombres han dado todo por esta institución escolar.
Said not only do they need a second chance, but they have done everything that they could for this school and for these children.
Y me siento orgulloso de esta institución escolar porque mis hijos, desde que nacieron, están estudiando aquí. Desde kindergarten, ya mi hija está en la middle school y todavía sí, y me siento orgulloso.
He's very proud that his children are here and studying here. He's proud of the school,
Y me quiero sentir orgulloso de la decisión que se va a tomar hoy,
and he wants to feel proud about the decision that will be made today.
porque si no entienden todo lo que está pasando, no van a entender nada.
If you don't understand what is happening here today, then you will never understand.
Buenas noches.
Good night.
Hello, my name is Jake Sandak, and I'm an 11th grader, and I live at 194 East Village Road. Right now, I'm a student athlete playing basketball and baseball. And Mr. Reese, he always shows up to a lot of our games to support our basketball and baseball teams. I also want to express, when I was about to start my high school career, I was going to go to a different high school. I had faith in the Tuxedo administration. I guess I was wrong.
Samuel Kanatsky, 44 Cedar Drive. I think one thing that will...
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Samuel Kanatsky, 44 Cedar Drive. One thing that I think will remain in the mind of everyone's heads when we leave tonight is the use of the word repetitive, but I think it's important that we acknowledge this word. Yes, we are being repetitive, not because it's, I don't know, annoying or it's bothersome, but because we love Mr. Reese. The care that everyone here has showed collectively for Mr. Reese is astonishing. I've never seen anything like this in all 16 years of my life. It is almost beautiful to see the love and respect. I adore Mr. Reese with all my heart. It feels horrible because for once, I've been here since 3rd grade and I've seen how many principals and administration, it's changed every 5 minutes. And for once, I felt like there was a calm. We had Mr. Reese, Mr. Leckie, and things just felt like we were maintaining a sense of normalcy after the pandemic. And I think the fact that now this situation is occurring in the first place, it's astonishing. I hope that after tonight that whatever we've said today, no matter how repetitive it is, affects the situation in whatever way. Thank you.
Tuxedo board members and administrators. My name is Diana Petrosky. I live at 19 Stevens Lane, and I have a little bit of experience on school board issues. I think that when you say that the kids are being repetitive, yes, they are, but they're repeating something they feel, and they all seem to feel the same thing. And I think that they're not going to get the answers they want. They want the answers why and how come, and they're not going to get those answers. We all know that those are not answers that you're able to give. However, what you should be doing is listening to what they're saying. That these two administrators have had such a positive effect. Please don't make us a school district, which we have been in the past 4 years, of a revolving door. You have brought two master educators here, and not only are they have experience and they are well educated, they're also in the county well regarded. I've spoken to a number of board members in other districts. They are well regarded. I personally know Mr. Reese from my granddaughter, who graduated kindergarten in Washingtonville, and my grandson are both in Washingtonville school districts. So I ask you to please consider what you've done and consider your timing. That's what's hurt these children. You have graduating seniors, and it's made a huge negative impact on their graduation. You have elementary students moving to middle school, which is also a big part of their life, and you've removed the administrator that has a big impact on their lives. So please consider the decisions you're making. When you consider them, don't just consider what decisions need to be made on an administrative level, but the impact to the students. I know it's not an easy job. I did it for 18 years. It's not an easy job. And hopefully this will be the last time when you see this much emotion in one room. I hope for your sakes that that's true. But please consider the impact to the students, not just the impact to the administrative staff or the teaching staff, but the impact to the students. These kids have all been sitting here. I've been sitting here with them for 3-4 hours. They wanted the moment to speak to you. So thank you for giving them that. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being so respectful. We really appreciate it. And we're going to continue on with our meeting. We have one more person here? All right, come on up here.
My name is Bryden, and I live at 12 Augusta Place.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Bryden.
Okay.
And I just want to say Mr. Reese is like a part of my life now. And I just wanted to say that my mom helped me build my confidence to come up here and speak. And I didn't really get to know Mr. Lucky, but I know she's a good woman.
You did very well. Thank you. All right, we have someone. We have another one. Someone coming up. Good.
I would like to say good evening,
Just
but
your
it
name,
is
your name, and your address.
My name is Valerie Velasquez. I live on 37 Chapelturn Road. I would like to say good evening, but you have dragged us out into the nighttime. You said that we have been repetitive and disrespectful, I think, at some point.
No, I don't think so. You've been very respectful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You said that we have been repetitive, but what I find repetitive is the letdown that you guys give us over the years. I did not plan a speech, and I did not plan on speaking here tonight, but my anger has brought me up here. As long as all the students here, we come to the school to learn and to thrive and to develop our skills. And quite frankly, we're feeling that our skills are not being thought of or taken care of by you deciding to terminate the people who inspire us every day and bring us the joy that we're supposed to have coming to school at our second home. We're here more hours.
Hello, I'm Parker Givens. I live at 216 Westlake Road. Most of the board here and the people who work at the school know me well enough to know that I wouldn't be speaking here today if I didn't think this was extremely important. I've gone to school here for 13 years. That's more than a decade. And I've been here longer than most administrators and any board members. You should know that there are Through that whole time, there has not been one administrator who has been so closely involved with the students as these two individuals in the back here. I feel bad that my two younger brothers won't be able to grow up and learn in an environment as supportive as the one that Mr. Reese and Mrs. Terlecki have created for me. Every single day, come rain or snow, I would walk out on the steps in the afternoon and see Mr. Reese waiting to share a few quick jokes with everyone who walks out. And I would go to the buses after that, and I would talk with Mr. Terlecki for a few minutes before I had to go. That's never happened before in this district. There's never been any other administrator who has stood on the steps every single day and waited to speak with all the students. There's something special there, and I hope you will consider that. My younger brother gave a speech a few days ago when he graduated from 5th grade. Mrs. Terlecki, who he comes home many days talking about how great she is, he does that. She wasn't there to see his speech. He gave a speech at that graduation, and Ms. Terlecki, who's been so influential in his life, wasn't there to see it. I hope that you will allow Mr. Reese to hand the seniors our diplomas tomorrow and prevent that same situation. And I hope that Ms. Terlecki will be there to support us. Thank you.
Hi, Kim Landgraf, 38 Shepherd Pond Road. I wanted to take this opportunity tonight to thank Mr. Reese for all that he's done for my son. My husband passed away, and then COVID hit, and my son really wasn't doing well. He was getting into trouble in school, and Mr. Reese is a really big part of the reason why he's turned around and he's doing such a great job this year. And Mr. Reese was in communication with me constantly to tell me, to work with me, to turn him around. And then he actually called to let me know this year how well he was doing and how proud of him he was. And this is just so mind-blowing. I don't understand what's going on. There's like no consistency. And it's just really heartbreaking, and I really hope that, I don't know, in the future things can be at peace here, because there's just been so much turmoil within the district, and I'm hoping that somehow it can just be peaceful for the students here, because I know myself it's really hard for me, and I'm an adult. And I'm an educator, and 16 years you haven't seen anyone like react this way in a crowd, and I'm 52 and I haven't seen anyone react this way in a crowd with administrators. I just don't understand what's going on, and you could tell I'm really upset right now, but I really needed to come up here and say something.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Alaloof. I live at 22 Circle Drive in Tuxedo. My email is also 22circledrive@gmail.com. I sent an email to the board asking for a reply, and I haven't received one, so I was hoping that maybe we could start that process, because I did ask some questions in that email. When we came to this district a year ago, because we only started in September, I have 2 children. I have one child who just finished 5th grade and another child that's moving into 8th grade. My 5th grader should have shook and actually probably just hugged Mrs. Terlecki the other day at that moving up ceremony. The 2 gentlemen that he shook the hands of, thank you very much for that. Much respect to you and the other gentlemen, but there should have been somebody else there. The person who embraced us when we came from a different area. Mr. Reese, when I say my son and his friends, because I do read the Snapchat and TikTok, I'm sorry, they're devastated. And while I would love to go in and fix the grammar in their communication with each other, it is so evident that you have absolutely destroyed the last week of school and what these kids were looking forward to. you should have brought pause to your decision. I realize, I understand that you might not be able to share why that decision was made. However, the pause should have been there to allow these children to finish off the year, to allow them to take a breath. They didn't necessarily need to be part of this conversation. Am I amazed and so happy that you have so many children here supporting the two most amazing administrators I've ever experienced in my life? Yes. The fact that this brought them together is amazing. The fact that they're all here supporting these two individuals is beautiful. But this shouldn't be the reason that they're together. They should be together because of the graduating class, to celebrate the arts, to celebrate the sports, to celebrate each other and what's going to next happen in their lives. They shouldn't be here coming together to tell you your decision was wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're going to move on with our meeting. We have some, the first item, actually, let me get my glasses on so I can see, is concerning the termination of probationary employment of Roy Reese. Let me read the action. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby accepts Superintendent's recommendation to terminate the probationary appointment of Roy Reese, Assistant Superintendent / high school principal, effective close of business on July 21st, 2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, can we take a vote?
I have a privileged motion.
Okay,
I move that this, can you hear me?
yep.
I have a privileged motion. I move that this matter be tabled tonight, at least until the next board meeting, whenever that shall be set in the month of July.
Second.
Well, let's take a vote on it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Two in favor, 5 opposed. All right, let me go back. So I'd like to take a vote on the resolution that I just read.
I'd like discussion on that before we vote.
Well, we just spent 2 hours discussing. Would you like to add more?
Yes, I would.
All right.
Point of order, it's improper to stop any discussion after a motion has been seconded.
Fine.
There was a motion and it's seconded. It's improper to even suggest there shall be no more discussion.
Oh, I can't stop him, so go ahead. He's going to say it, what he's going to say. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, over the last 2 years, I was involved with the hiring of these individuals, and I enjoyed very much my time with them. I want to tell you that I am amazingly proud of what I just witnessed here. Each and every one of the students that came up, the adults, the community, makes me very, very proud to say that I'm part of Tuxedo, and I will be voting against this motion.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, I'd like to take us to a vote. All those in favor of the resolution?
I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Okay, you go first. You want a roll call vote, right?
That's not, I don't do that. That's either you or the
Oh, all right.
clerk.
Do I need a motion on that, or? All right, go ahead.
So
Yeah, you
Clerk
go.
has to say my name.
Mr. Hevner, Gary Hevner, go ahead.
I vote not in favor of that motion.
Okay.
Favor.
Favor?
I vote against the motion.
Elisa?
In favor.
I'll vote, I'm in favor.
In favor.
In favor.
We have a vote of 5-2. We'll go to the next one. This is a resolution for the termination of the probationary employment of Dolores Terlecki. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby accepts the superintendent's recommendation to terminate the probationary appointment of Dolores Telecki, elementary school principal, effective close of business on July 21st, 2023. Well, do we have any further discussion?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
First, you gotta have a motion, then someone's gotta second it, and then we're gonna play by the rules.
All right, we have a motion to
So
accept.
moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
No, now discussion.
All right, discussion, go
I,
ahead.
I have a privileged motion before the discussion.
Okay.
I move to table this matter until the next board meeting. That's not yet scheduled, but will be sometime in July. So this motion is not rushed tonight.
All right,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed?
Opposed.
All right, opposed 5-2. And going back to the motion, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that there is something special about this school and about the community involved in it, and it begins with the preschool and the elementary school and moves on up through. There's a community spirit here that's more than grades. It's more than test scores. This place is the heart of the community. It's special. And Mrs. Terlecki is part of what makes that special. I'll be voting no.
All right, on this resolution, do we want to do a roll call, or?
I'm going to ask for it if you don't. so.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Hebner, how do you vote?
So, are you asking for a roll call
Yeah.
vote? Okay. I vote no.
All right. Four?
No.
In favor.
I'm in favor.
In favor. In favor.
All right, so it's 5-2. I'm going to have to add a resolution. The first question is, do I have a motion to add a resolution? Or I guess I need to read it first, right? Yeah. Be it resolved that the board hereby suspends Roy Reese and Dolores Telecki with pay for the period of time until the last day of employment, July 21st, 2023. Do I have a motion to add this to the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 1,
Opposed.
2. All right, so 5 in favor, 2 opposed. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Can you clarify the difference between that motion and the prior motions?
Well, let me read it again.
Because they were similarly sounding, so I think an explanation is in order.
Well, this affects their pay. So let me read it again. Be it resolved that the board hereby suspends Roy Reese and Dolores Strick with pay for the period of time until the last day of employment, July 21st, 2023.
The first motion was to add it to the agenda. This is to vote on the
Now we're voting on it. All right? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
So you have 6 in favor.
No. Well, are you opposed? Yes, I'm opposed. That's
Right.
what I'm
So you
trying to
said
answer.
aye, so
Well-
go ahead.
5 and 2.
5
I
in
vote-
favor, 2
5 and
opposed.
2.
All right, so 5-2. Thank you. All right, we have another resolution that will be added to the agenda. We discussed this upstairs. We're going to have to add it to the agenda, and then we're going to vote on it. This is a totally separate matter. Be it resolved that the board hereby suspends its policies and guidelines regarding the Dignity of All Students Act and Title Civil Rights Act to appoint an independent investigator to investigate DASA and Title VII complaint matters previously filed in June 2023, and be it further resolved that the board hereby appoints Carol Hoffman, Esquire, to serve as an independent DASA and Title VII investigator to review DASA and Title VII Civil Rights Act matters filed in June 2023, and to issue reports to the Board of Education regarding these matters, with the services to be compensated at the hourly rate of $250. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion, go ahead.
Just want to make it clear to the folks in the audience that this appointment of someone to deal with DASA has nothing to do with what we just did. It's got nothing to do with that.
Right, okay. All those in Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Did I do that right? Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda, final school budget vote results, 2023, 2024. This will be my last meeting. We're going to accept the final school budget and board of election results of 2023, 2024. Do I have a motion to approve them?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And again, congratulations, Will Clark. You want me to table this?
Yeah.
All right, given that.
Joe, can we adjourn for a few moments, just
Yeah.
where there's so much noise?
Yeah.
Nobody's fault.
Those who want to take a bathroom break, might as well do it. I'm going to eliminate the superintendent and the.
Whatever we can.
And the math. Yeah. And we'll just go right to the consent agenda. And then you're pulling one out, I know.
I got a bunch to pull out.
You know, the interesting thing about this. What's that? Because they're not constrained. They can tell me, they can say what they want. And they know why they can't come tomorrow night. It's the seniors. The seniors. I have someone watching with Maureen.
I was going to say, where is Maureen?
Well, she's listening, I think. But she wanted to come. Well, you're right. How did you know that? About 9:30, she's gone. Woodrow, I was the leading person to hire them. I know them well. Next on the agenda, we had the superintendent's report, and we had a math curriculum presentation.
I'd move to,
Oh, okay. I'd like to make, we got a motion to table.
table both until we have more time. No, to open-ended, no specific date.
All right, do we have a motion to table those two items?
Open-ended.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No, all right. All right, now we're going to the consent agenda. Before I proceed, let's list out those that you would like to pull out. And I know there's a few that we're going to do. Gary, you have something?
8.3.
8.3,
8.6,
8.6,
11 point, oh, consent agenda.
8.4.
8.4,
11.1.
all right, we got those four?
I had more, but some might be moot now, so if I can have a
And-
moment.
Okay, let's give them a minute.
11.2, I had a quick question on.
11.2,
Yeah, I had that also good.
so we have five, we have,
And.
Third-
Three or
13.1 is, I have some questions.
all right, no problem.
And I think there might be one more.
Now, we're still going to go back to
13.
executive session, right?
I have, are we doing all the consent, including the business?
Yeah.
'Cause-
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait, you called out 11.1?
Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
so we have 8.3, 8.4, 8.6, 11.1, 11.2, and 13.1.
I had also had 9.4. 9.5 is crossed off on my written copy.
9.5.
Wait, hold on, let me just get 9, what'd you say, 9.5?
9.4 pull out. 9.5 is crossed out on my written copy.
Yeah, but then it's written
While we're
on-
pulling out of the consent agenda, if you're staying for the meeting, please find a seat. If you're not going to stay, please move your conversation outside. Thank you so much.
And 9.8 also, please. Doesn't leave much.
Was 9.5 one?
Could have gone through them.
9.4, 9.6,
We could have gone
9.8.
through them.
9.5 is crossed off.
Maybe we should just go item by item.
Yep.
You were there already.
Yep.
Say that again?
Let's just go
Let's
through them.
just do each one single, each single.
Well, why don't we,
I say that every week.
oh,
Okay.
I go with all the agreements.
Just go one by one.
Yep. Okay.
all right, so you want to go, in other words, the approval of part-time wages, 8.2. Do I have a motion
Yes.
to approve that?
Yeah.
I'll move that.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, opposed? No. All right, 8.3, that was pulled out by Gary.
I pull that out, yes. I do not want to hire any interns or per diems or part-time consultants until we get a better report on what all of our current intern, per diems, part-time, we've had this discussion for 3 or 4 months now.
Well,
So I'm against filling any slots, part-time, or creating any slots until not just the money angle, that's actually the minor problem, but how successful we have been. Are we saving money? Is it productive? Can we hire one person to do 3 of these part-time jobs?
Right, and we
So it's-
agreed to do that in July.
Right, so that's, but just to be clear, it's that same.
Understood.
So
I'm
we're
not
gonna
against
make
these
a motion to
individuals, I'm
pull
against
this.
the process.
What's the proper term for that? Motion to delay it or?
Table.
To table it.
He wants to table it, Joe.
Table it, right. That's what I was looking for. Do I have a motion to table 8.3 till next meeting?
Well, I'll make that motion. 'cause
Yeah,
that was mine.
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. All right. So that brings us to 8.4, approval of managerial confidential terms and conditions. Well, we had a discussion, I think that was you.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll make the motion. Someone second it?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Well, that's why I thought that was kind of odd, because then how are you going to hire them if you don't have them?
Yeah, well, we need them through the end of the month.
I know, and that's why, just hold it a second.
Yeah.
We have a problem with the principals, because he needs to pay these guys through the end of the month. We need acting principals. So.
I think the one we were going to table was 8.6.
Well,
till
if we
next meeting.
Let me just go back a minute. 8.3, he doesn't have a vehicle to pay those guys.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah,
so
me too.
Then you'll have no principals.
I'm aware of that.
Then we're gonna need to take a vote on that.
Well, just to be clear, I'm going to point of information then, so if we're going to go back, I believe we need a two-thirds majority to undo a decision of the board, to table a motion.
We tabled it, we need to go back.
That's two-thirds, it's now two-thirds to bring
Hold
it
on,
back to the
let
table
him
tonight.
answer it.
That's a supermajority.
If you have someone who voted against it, who wants to bring it back, and then you get a second on that, you can bring it back.
It was unanimous to table
It
it.
was unanimous.
Oh, everyone, okay, so then does someone who tabled it want to move to bring it back, a second and an explanation as to why it's being brought back?
But then it still doesn't need a two-thirds vote?
All
No. We tabled it not to July.
I'm telling you, under the education law, it's the rule of the quorum, Robert's rules, rules of order, not rules of substance. So if someone wants to.
All right, so this is what, I don't want to repeat what we said in the executive session, but the idea was that we would come back and, I guess at the reorganization meeting, and he would take you through all the issues. So I'm going to have a motion to approve this one, which is 8.3. Do I have a motion to approve it? Otherwise, he has no way of paying, and he needs acting people.
Okay, so moved.
All right,
It's not,
Right,
you
all
know,
the-
you're out of order.
all right, help me.
Help you undo what I don't want you to do.
Go
But
ahead.
first you need to make a motion to take
Bring
the
it
item off the table.
All right.
Someone has to do that.
All right, we're going to do it. All right, I'm
So
going to make a motion to take 8.3.
You can't do it, somebody else
So-
has to do it.
All right,
It's
I need a
to
motion
take
to
it off
take
of
it
the
off
table and bring it back to the agenda.
We have a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, fine. Now we're going to have a motion to approve.
Two noes, at least. I'm a no, I'm assuming
I'm a no.
Gary's a no.
All right, so why don't you,
I want to make sure my vote's recorded.
all
Yeah.
right, and then
I'm
and we have
voting
five
not to bring this
in
off the
favor
table.
and 2 opposed. All right? And then you'll come back at the reorganization meeting, I won't be here, and you'll go through it.
Now we have to approve it. We have to vote on it.
I thought we just did, but
Then
I,
we brought it
we
back
have.
to
No,
the agenda.
now,
I
now
have
it's
a
back
motion
on,
to-
That was to bring it back.
Right,
on to
now we
the
have a
thing.
motion to approve 8.3.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All those-
discussion, discussion.
All right, discussion?
For the limited number, this costs us $1,226 a day, I think I did the math.
Right.
It doesn't seem to make any sense to me that for the last couple of days of school, and then going on into July, we need 2 principals? Do we really need 2 principals for the last 2 days of school? I would say no, I would say pick one.
He doesn't, he's not
Doesn't
saying.
mean we're going to work every day, but we have the authorization to use them as needed.
Yeah, I would rescind that authorization, and I would say pick one and use one as needed.
Because graduation's in tomorrow, which is 90 minutes away.
Right.
But that's the reason. I don't think we need to pay all this money for 2
It's an
people.
authorization, it doesn't mean he's going to do it. He could do it if he wants.
I know. I don't want him, just to be clear, Joe, I do not want the superintendent to have the authorization
Right.
from this board to pay people who I do not think that we need.
Okay.
So I understand what you're saying, and yes, I do not want these people paid.
Right.
I don't really think we need them. It's
All right,
over
so we have a
$1,000.
motion.
But I'm not done speaking.
Go ahead.
Are you done
Waiting
interrupting?
for you.
Okay. It's over $1,000 a day combined for something that I don't think we need at all, especially since school's over.
Gary, it's not, we're not, when, it doesn't say he's doing it, it's just saying.
Once again, I understand what it says.
Right.
I don't care if he does it or not do it. I don't care what he wants.
wanna authorize
I
him.
do not want to authorize him to spend over
got it. I
$1,000
got it.
a day for people we don't need, who the kids don't know, and who I have never met.
I got it. All right, so, we have a motion.
Joe, what's very good? Explain yourself, Joe.
I just said
No,
very
no,
good.
you said very good to me, and you dismissed me. What does that mean when you said very good to me just
We
now?
talked about this upstairs, and we all agreed that when we came back here, we had this very discussion.
We spoke about this now you're lying, Joe, because we did not speak about this motion being tabled and then untabled. Take it back, because now you're lying. Do not leave the record like that. We spoke about this issue upstairs? That's not true.
Gary, now you
And we
grandstand.
That's not
certainly
true.
didn't agree to it, because we don't vote in
All right,
executive
So
session.
we're gonna vote right now. We have
Take
a
it back,
motion.
Joe.
No.
You interrupted me to call me a liar. Admit that we did not discuss this upstairs.
Gary, well, let me think about it. We'll talk about it later. We have a motion on the table right now for approval of this authorization, approval of interim principals.
Note my objection to this. I have another privileged motion. Note my objection to this motion. I think that we, one, need a 2/3 to overturn a prior board action, number one. And number two, procedurally, I'm finding this motion to be improper. So note my objection as to both, for both
All right,
reasons.
we got to, from our attorney, he told us that we could do it. So we have a motion on the table. Who's in favor and who's not?
Point of order.
Go ahead. Right. You want me to state it, or do you want him to state it? All right, why don't you state, what's the rationale, why we're doing
We
this?
may need coverage at the buildings up until
safety
such time,
reasons.
exactly,
Right.
up until such time as we have the reorganization.
Explain it more clearly so everybody understands why you would need coverage in a building,
We may need coverage in the building until such time as we have the reorganization meeting.
which is, we're going to determine
We're going
what
to determine that shortly.
Right.
So point of information, is that new information, or did we know that 10 minutes ago?
No, he just explained it to you.
Doesn't answer my question. Is that new information that is going to change our vote? Because that's what's required to bring a motion off the table. You're just repeating something that you knew 10 minutes ago. Is there new information to make this motion legal and proper or not?
The new information is that when we made a decision to table this, we didn't realize that we need to have coverage.
That's my question. Nobody,
That's new information.
nobody here, including the superintendent, knew that 10 minutes ago.
Oh, I didn't know it.
I obviously did it because I put it on the agenda.
Okay.
All right.
So note my objection to the motion.
Right, so we still have a motion to approve the authorization for the interim principals. Do we have did we get a,
We were discussing. so
we
have
were
to-
discussing, do we have a motion to approve this?
Are we done discussing? Motion.
All right, second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed.
All right, opposed? All right, 4-3. I'm sorry this happened.
I'm actually an
Shouldn't happen.
abstention because I think the motion is improper.
All right, good, okay. All right, we're back to 8.4. Did we
pulled that out.
8.4 we pulled out?
Yeah.
Okay. 8.5,
Wait,
wait a minute.
we pulled out 8.4, so we need to discuss it.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait a minute. 8.4, did we have a motion?
No, we pulled it out to discuss. We need to have discussion.
Oh, wait, a discussion, all right. So I see, right. Who pulled it out? Did you pull it out? All right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
First, you make a motion, then someone seconds it,
Yeah.
then we have discussion. It's
Right.
not, you go ahead.
No, okay, got it. I thought we had a motion. All right, do we have a motion to approve the managerial confidential terms and conditions?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right. Now we have discussion. Go ahead.
I tried to get in touch with the superintendent to ask some questions about this, but I wasn't able to. And there are too many different, there were about, I don't know, what is there, about a dozen different?
It's 11.
Attachments here? Oh, it's a pretty good guess then. 11 different attachments here that I read through, and I'm not comfortable voting on it. I don't have the information that I think I need. I'm going to abstain on 8.4.
Okay. Do you need to explain this, what this is about?
Yes, these are for managerial and confidential employees, so they're not part of any collective bargaining agreement. So we have separate authorizations, separate contracts for these individuals that the board approves. This is one of the things that the district had been cited on in prior years, not having proper authorization of the board to pay these folks. So we are in compliance with the law and addressing the state controller's auditors, management comment about these. So we're just authorizing the board to pay these individuals and provide their benefits.
What I couldn't tell from when I was looking at it is which one of these are like competitive, which ones aren't, which ones are we pulling people from tests or not tests. I really wanted to go through, all of these with a conversation, but, that wasn't possible. So I still don't have the information that I need.
So you can abstain then, okay, understood.
Right.
I'll give you a call back, my apologies.
All right, he'll call you back. Any other discussion? Do I have a motion to approve actually paying the people, approval of the managerial confidential terms and conditions?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
One abstention.
One abstention.
Two abstentions.
Two abstentions.
Two abstentions. All right, the next one is, did we pull that out? I think.
No.
No.
No, so we-
Approval of the revised stipend for our basketball coach.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. 8.6, we didn't pull that one
We're
out?
gonna split that too.
Oh, we're going to split that.
We need to.
You're gonna table and.
All right, the first question is
As to 8.6, or 8.6?
We need to
Yeah,
do
we're
a
gonna amend-
motion in
we're
a
gonna-
second.
I make a motion that we amend the agenda item on consent to split the two individual positions out separately.
Right.
And then I have a motion after that as well.
Are we, all
Second his motion.
right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, good.
As to, I forget the position, but the Ed Murhoff's motion, now we have two separate agenda
Yeah,
items.
yeah.
I move that we table that at least until the next meeting.
All right,
So open-ended.
all right, and then on the one on Margaret Munkle, we're going to do
What-
now.
we could do that one. Now we have,
Motion.
Right.
we have.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None. All right, and we,
Now I move what was originally 8.6, but now we'll call 8.6B.
B.
As to
Table.
Margaret Munkle, I move that for passage.
right, I think, all right, so what, we
Second.
tabled the,
We split them,
we split them?
then tabled one, and now I just moved the second one.
Right. all right.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right.
One opposed.
Oh, did you, someone opposed?
Yeah. I did.
Okay. So we have one nay and the rest positive. All right, now we're on, let me make sure I don't miss any of these here.
8.7, I move for passage.
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. 9.1, did someone pull that out?
No.
All
No,
right,
that's just the,
right,
So
we have a
moved.
Minutes.
motion to approve the meeting minutes.
motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 9.2, do I have a motion to approval for the summer school?
So moved.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. 9.3,
So moved.
second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? No, this was the appointment of summer teaching staff, this,
Yeah.
in case people want to know. 9.4, someone did pull that out. Do I have a motion to approve the 2023 Summer Camp Transportation Service Agreement? Discussion.
I'll move it for discussion.
Go ahead.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Discussion.
discussion.
Who pulled
It
it
out.
out?
Discussion, I'm sorry.
No, who pulled it out?
I pulled it out. I'm uncomfortable teaming on many levels. I'm not against this particular, I want kids to get a bus to summer camp. However, I am at this juncture, at this time in our interactions with the town, both as a school district, a board member, a homeowner, a taxpayer, a parent, and a husband, I'm uncomfortable with us partnering with the town of Tuxedo when their developmental plans seem to move forward consistently without our input and without reasonable responses to our inquiries about said development.
I agree philosophically with what you're saying. I am against withholding funding because I don't want to take it out on the children.
That's why I pulled it
But
out.
I agree with you. I mean, I think the town should be ashamed in some of the actions they take.
To be clear, I'm voting for this motion, but I want to say I'm doing it reluctantly. I'm doing it for the kids who need a bus to camp, and not in any way to help the town of Tuxedo, who is in no way helping our district.
I echo what Gary has said.
Yeah, actually, this is kind of interesting because we were put under some pressure on this, but yet we didn't get any support on the other side, you know? So, do I have a motion to approve the 2023?
We have a motion
Yeah,
second,
yeah,
so
I'm
all
sorry.
those.
Wait, all those in favor?
Aye.
Second?
Aye.
All right, no opposed. We're at,
Actually, we pulled 9.5 out.
yeah, we tabled 9.5, that's the transportation contract, as you know. He's got a couple things more to do on it.
We'll have that for the July meeting.
You know, can I just step out for a minute? The math curriculum that was supposed to be tonight?
Yes.
Could you send that out to the board prior to the
We have
next meeting?
Yes.
You have that?
We already, it went out.
And then to
Yeah.
Will Clark as well?
Yes.
But it's like, we got the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, and then to
Yeah.
Will Clark as well.
Yep.
All right, and then the same thing with the buses, maybe a little summary so that.
Of
when they-
course,
okay,
absolutely.
All
yeah.
right. All right, 9.6,
I pulled that out.
okay,
So, there's a discrepancy between the two docs. I think in most places, it's described as a purchase agreement. The amortization schedule implies it's a lease arrangement. Talks about lease payments, so I think it's a purchase arrangement. I just want to make sure we'll own the equipment when we're done.
Yeah, it's an IPA installment purchase agreement, and you're exactly right, Bill. It's a lease agreement. Yep. And this is the one we talked about during the budget, and this is for copiers, et cetera, and it's going to enhance the security of or cybersecurity.
okay.
I'll move 9.6 then.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. All right, 9.7, this is the authorization to fund teachers' retirement system.
I
I'll
move
it.
this.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And 9.8, this is the authorization to fund a tax certiorari reserve.
I'll move it, but I have a question, that's why I
Right,
pulled it.
this-
So I
we
move
have a
it.
second?
Second.
Do we have discussion?
Just the numbers threw me for a loop a little bit. I'm confused about what's outstanding and resolved, and I see the final number, but I thought our final number was going to be bigger.
So we take a
That's why I'm-
percentage of it, Gary, because we don't know where it's going to be settled at. That's an estimate. So I believe that, Mr. Kuchera, do you want to tell us how you came to that estimate?
I'm not saying it's wrong, it just
No, I
seems
understand.
low
I
to
understand.
me.
You want to know more. That's absolutely fine.
There's a range of settlements that we've seen in the past. 63,000 would be the worst-case scenario if we lost everything at 100%. We feel 23,000 after discussion with the attorneys is an adequate amount.
Okay. So our line of
Yeah,
expertise, I just wanted to
that's
make sure
it. That was it, yeah.
correct.
So if it goes poorly, do you have to come back for authorization, or what are we authorizing right now?
So what happens is, this is for tax certiorari's, so this is for claims that corporations can file that they believe that their assessments are overstated. So they're petitioning an administrative hearing process,
The
and
question's more, are we authorizing for
No, you're not-
23
What-
or the
what if it's
worst
more
case?
than
You're not authorizing settlements at all.
Okay.
You're just authorizing us
And
to
the
put
reason
money
the number-
aside, and we have to point to why we're putting it aside.
And this is the fund that we used for the
But ultimately, those,
So if it's more
those,
than 23, we're going to know.
you're gonna know, because you're
Right.
gonna have to approve
Right.
the final settlements.
That's what I
right,
wanted to make
as
sure.
we have in the past. All right, did
And
we,
this is only 21 and 22, unfortunately.
did we just
we'll probably
approve
get
this,
new
by the
ones.
way? Yes, we did. All right, now we're at.
Did we approve that?
No, we didn't approve it
Did
yet.
not.
We just need a vote on that
All
one.
right,
Need a vote.
all right, do we have, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Nobody opposed. 9.9.
I'll move that.
All right, second,
Second.
this is the approval of memorandum of agreement for teaching assistants. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Now we're at 9.10. This is the first time we actually haven't pulled
got
this
the-
one out.
That
Do
thing
I have
couldn't read.
a
I think I could read mine, so they must have
motion to approve the business office reports?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. 9.11, we did not pull that out. CSE, CPSC recommendations.
I'd move that.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. 10.1, appointment of part-time nurse.
I definitely want to approve that one.
Approve?
Yes.
It's, second discussion.
Discussion.
Yeah, I don't think that this is someone who's gonna work in our district. I think this is more about us paying for someone in, the park school, right? Or
That's exactly right.
Yeah. I mean,
It's our obligation and duty.
yeah, I mean, when we saw this, we have one nurse covering the two buildings, and I thought, wow, this would be great. Maybe she could take a day off, but no.
There was some discussion about other districts that may be utilizing that nurse, not paying their fair share. Did we,
So the way this works, Bill, is that we'll get a list of all the kids at the Tuxedo Park School. And those that live in New York, other than the ones that live in our district, we're going to bill back what we can of that portion to that school district.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay. 11.1 was pulled out. Resolution of schedule reorganization. Oh, good, reorganization meeting. All right, discussion.
I think we needed to
we
find
settle
a
on a
date.
new
We
date?
need to find
Just
a date.
as a starting point, I think we put out July 3rd as being good.
Is Will Clark still here?
What day of the week is the
Will was
fourth
good for the
on?
3rd.
We're picking a date for the
Tuesday,
reorganization.
so let's not make this on Monday.
Well, hold on, let's see what they come up with.
But
I could do the first week.
the first, I thought you couldn't.
No, I can.
First.
Second week's more difficult.
No,
But
it
they're
has
talking the
to
second
be
week.
it's on
got
the
it.
4th. It's a Tuesday, right, it can't be before the first Tuesday of the month. So we could do the 4th.
But the
and
4th is a
5th.
holiday, right?
Do the 5th,
Right,
the 6th.
so,
Why can't it be
Okay,
the 3rd?
so
I'm confused
then-
why it can't be the 3rd. I thought it,
Fifth, sixth,
It can't
seventh?
be before the first Tuesday of the month.
is that correct?
Let's-
I don't think
let's-
that's correct. Right, so
So it
the
sounded
question
like
is
the third.
scheduling,
Third, fifth, seventh, I
and
And
your
I think
schedule
the
counts too, so.
Third,
I'm going to vote against the 3rd,
okay.
because why screw up the 4th of July weekend?
Oh.
Seriously.
I was worried
The
about
third
people,
is a
I know people were
Tuesday.
away.
I think we
The
want to get
fire-
everybody
Thursd's on-
there,
the
Dan.
third's
I
on
think
Monday.
that's where we're heading
Oh,
here.
the third's Monday.
Mhm.
Fireworks are on Sunday.
July 6th or going forward.
Can you do the 6th?
No,
Yeah, 6th.
with pleasure.
Hold it.
No, wait.
Yeah, I'm not good on the 6th.
Who can't? Oh, you can't do it.
Tuesday,
All right.
Thursday's bad.
I will be back on the 10th.
She'll be back on the 10th now. Now, that was, Bill, you couldn't do the 10th.
I
No, he couldn't do the 12th.
All right.
I could do the 10th.
All
If I
right.
had.
What
Everybody
day
can
is
do the 10th?
Hold on.
All right.
what day is the 10th?
What
It's
time?
a Monday.
I don't know.
Anytime you want.
I'm
It
not
would
going to
have
be there.
Later in the evening.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep it at 7 or is this the one?
Seven.
Okay.
7? You got it, Mr. Clark?
Well, that's good, the 10th at 7?
You got to be sworn in, too. You know that, right?
Does he get sworn in at the meeting?
Sworn
He
in at
gets
that
sworn
meeting.
in
And,
on the 1st, and then again at the
David,
meeting
we
if
have
he wants.
we have to get a hold of Mr. Clark before we leave tonight and make sure no, we have to do ours. Yeah.
All right, 11.2, this approved the 2023-24 Board of Education regular meeting
Wait, did we
schedule.
just vote? Did we vote?
Oh, yeah.
Board resolution
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
reorg date.
What's the
Let's
date
do
on it
that.
again?
July 10th,
All
7
right.
PM.
Resolution to schedule reorganization meeting on July 10th. Do I have a
At 7 PM, so moved.
second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right. Good, thank you. Thank you, Alyssa.
Yes.
This is to approve the 2023-24 Board of Education regular meeting schedule. Someone pulled it out. There must-
I had pulled it out. I wasn't sure, I won't be available on the 19th, but I wasn't sure if we can, I know last year we put them both together, the reorg and the July meeting. Is that doable? Do we want, would we be
Oh,
open
a
to
separate meeting
that?
on the 19th of
So
July?
In the calendar, we have the 19th, but last year we put them together.
Yeah,
Since
we
this
can do
is the
that.
How
10th,
big is that agenda? Is it a
Can
big
we,
one?
it's a bit
school's out.
heavier.
Well, we can consent through it if
Anyway,
you
though,
care
so,
to.
still
Yeah.
In the long run.
You all in favor of that?
As to that, but I would like to hold off on the schedule for the year until that meeting. Do we have to decide today?
Oh, yeah, maybe we just table the schedule for,
All you're doing, well, let me think about this. You're changing the calendar if you do that, right? You're eliminating the meeting on the 19th, right?
Leave it as it is. We can make a motion on the 10th to,
Have the meeting or not have the meeting.
or not have the meeting. And we could,
Yep.
whoever is the president could work that through
All
with
right,
Jeff.
and you could just
Okay.
explain that to Mr. Clark, what we're doing here, okay? So, do I have a motion to approve 11.2?
so wait, we're keeping that 19th meeting?
For now.
Yeah,
For
and
now,
and
okay.
then we'll come
Okay.
back and,
Okay, great.
do we have a motion to approve the
So moved.
second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, now we're at.
Sorry to do this to you.
You messed it up again?
No, we have one more, what do you mean again? We got to go back into exec session for one item.
Did I get all the consent agreement, though?
Can you give the public a guesstimate on time?
Well, hold on a second, let me
Wait,
just make
wait.
sure. Did we get all the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
we did.
I make a motion that we move the public comment ahead of our second executive
second
session.
that.
I will say, yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are still here, we do 2 public comment sessions. We're going to move it up. Do we need to make a motion on that?
We should vote on that.
Yeah, let's make a motion to move to public comments.
We have the motion in seconds. We need
Second,
to-
all those in
in
favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. So anybody who has anything to say about any item, actually, we're welcome to come up. Here we go. Ms.
Mention that it will be timed and the name and the.
Yeah, we're still going to do the same rules. Okay.
Lucy Cerezo Scully, in case you forgot, and I'm at 38 Circle Drive. I just wanted to come up here because when I heard the situation with the DASA complaint come right after terminating 2 really amazing administrators, I just want to make it clear, and I want it on the record, that it is not against them. I filed it, and there is an administrator that's being filed against, and it's not those 2 people. Thank you.
All right, anything, anybody else? Okay, all right, we have another? Juliana? I remember you from the last time.
Yeah, Juliana Scanlon, 30 Alexander Drive.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question about graduation tomorrow. Who's handing us our diplomas?
We're going to work that out with Mrs. Hines tomorrow.
Yeah, but is it going to be someone we don't know, like the new principal?
I was actually going to invite your mom to give you yours.
Okay, well, that's all I need to know. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anything else? Oh, we got somebody else? All right, 2 more.
My name is Alexandra Scully, 38 Circle Drive. I'd just like to personally thank Dan Castricone and Gary Hebner for listening to the students and actually considering our opinions and not just their own and their own agenda. And I'd like to say I'm honestly appalled that you guys found the room to laugh in such a space considering the decisions made today. Thank you.
My name is Frank DeGennaro. I'm a tuition student here. I'm a senior. I'm graduating tomorrow.
I'm sorry, where do you live? Did he give us our address?
I'm a tuition. I don't live in district.
Oh, all right.
You can just give your town. Just give
Doesn't he
your
still
town.
have to give it? Yeah, we need your address.
18 Sandra Lane, Monroe, New York. You answered for one senior who's going to be handing them their diploma. What about the rest of us?
Frankie, we're going to work that out with Mrs. Hines tomorrow.
Would it be somebody that we knew?
Yes.
Well, you're still within the 3 minutes. I think we'll allow that.
Okay. Is Mr. Reese and Mr. Leckie allowed a graduation tomorrow?
I believe they just passed a resolution suspending them.
So no. Are they allowed as a guest? So if I invite them for be a part of my family? Because then it's not they're coming as within the school.
David?
But if I invite them as, say, family friends, then no? It's no matter to laugh at a student, thank you.
No, I think it's what you're doing. I think it's a good question. So the answer is no.
So even if a student invited someone,
It's not my decision. He's our attorney.
so no? So what if they're on the hill? Because when we were down there talking to News 12, that was considered off the school property. So if they're on the hill, standing there, watching the graduation, they're practically off school property.
Juliana, we're going to have to take this off. You heard what our attorney said, and we're going to leave it at that. Anybody else? Thank you, David.
Elise Fuller, 40 Circle Drive. and this is a separate question. Though you may have tabled item 6.1 elementary math school, or elementary math curriculum presentation, I had a question about that. What is the company of the curriculum that's we're going to be offering to our children?
That was being decided by the teachers today. It was either going to be one of two. It was going to be Reveal or Eureka. I was tied up and didn't get to see the final vote. Mrs. Mary Stephanie Corsones was here earlier. We dismissed her from the meeting because we tabled it. So I missed the meeting, the vote earlier today. But I do know we narrowed it down from quite a number of curriculums down to two, and it was those two I just mentioned.
Reveal or Eureka?
Yep.
The presentation we had, is that available to the public? Is that on?
Online, yeah.
You can see that on board docs too, the actual presentation that we didn't do tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Maya McColgan, 75 Clubhouse Road. I just want to say it's very disappointing that you guys couldn't meet us halfway to at least allow them to be off of property at graduation. I mean, it's not like there's like a restraint order or something. I mean, I know I'm only 18 years old and it's a lot deeper than that, but like, you saw how many people were here supporting them, and you saw everyone's faces when they came in here. And I also feel like this was planned. I mean, more than half of you are on one person's side that don't agree with Mr. Reese and Mr. Tucky being here. And I just feel like this was done so that the last meeting that you guys would have with these members, I don't know, it was like perfect timing almost. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
All right, anybody else before we go to executive session? All right, Aoife, here's your chance. You got to tell us your name again and your address.
So it's Aoife Gagan, and it's 40 Grove Drive. So collectively as a board, you rushed a decision to fire educators that have been here, that have together served for over 109 years. As other people have said, this is highly embarrassing to the district, as they both have renowned careers and they were treated poorly, very poorly. This ended their careers on such a low note when it could have been handled much better. There was an outpour from Monroe, there was an outpour from Washingtonville, there was an outpour from Goshen, there was an outpour from Chester about how amazing these people were. They were not offered the opportunity to speak. They were not, they were told they couldn't even come here tonight originally until we brought it to light for the rest of the board for them to be allowed to come here. This is just being handed, this feels like it's being handled so under the table, and just no kind of transparency from a board that is actually finishing today with Joe as the president, when it could have been pushed out to July with a member that was voted in by the public. I think this is disgraceful. I think it's brought shame to our district. I think it's not going to allow people, it's not going to encourage people to want to come here to be employed by it. It's not going to encourage people to want to come here to tuition their kids in. It's cast such a bad light. There's several people here like me that have seen 4 different principals, 4 different superintendents, 4 different CSP people. The turnover here is absolutely shocking. The fact that this could not be resolved amongst you is just, it's deplorable. It's disgraceful. And the fact that it wasn't, they weren't even allowed to speak to it. They weren't even foiled the information as to why they were being fired. Like, I don't know what to say, because this is just absolutely disgraceful, and it's brought such shame to our district. And other districts, they're in dismay of us, they're in disbelief of us, they're in shock of us on how on earth could this happen. So I think due diligence should have been done more thoroughly, and I think it's disgraceful. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you saw the outpour of the kids here this evening. You saw the love of the parents. When I brought it up to people, I was told that it was just a few parents, a few this, a few that. It was downplayed. It was this, it was that, whatever. It isn't a few parents. that couldn't be here this evening. There was parents that signed a list to say that they were here because they couldn't be here. There's parents that would have loved the opportunity for a public comment and haven't been given that opportunity to do so virtually. I don't think you're a board that's serving the parents or the school district or the students in our district or the teachers, because I don't think they wanted this either, and I don't think anybody else was asked except one person, and one person's opinion did this. So, you know,
Thanks,
have a
Eva.
good night.
All right, thank you. Like to make a motion to move into executive session.
Will we be taking action when we come out?
Wait, possible action on two areas. You want to tell them what the areas are? I think it's on the agenda, actually.
Yeah, we're not going to take action at this one. We're just getting, we're going to speak to the attorney about a settlement.
So that doesn't require a board vote?
Nope.
All right, so it will not require a board vote, but we're going to speak to our attorney about a settlement.
Can you say that in the mic so they know?
We will not
Yeah.
be taking action.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. There's also the driver utility employees.
Which we
Yeah,
will
we're
be
taking.
taking.
Yeah, that
All
one
right.
we're going to take.
So we have a drive, this is on the agenda, so one will take, we will take action, the other one we will not, all right? Thank you. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Do we move to go to executive session? Executive session for the
Second.
aforementioned
favor?
items.
Aye.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion, we adjourn.
Oh, no, 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 no. Nice try.
I make
All
a
right.
motion that what you're about to read.
Yeah, approval of collective bargaining memorandum of agreement, MOA, between Superintendent of Tuxedo USFD and the Tuxedo Employee Union. Do I have that complete? Do I have a
So
motion?
moved.
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye. Move to adjourn?
Yeah.
Second.
Uh,
So
second?
moved.
Aye.
Aye.
All those in favor? Done. Thank you.